and welcome to Opportunity Home San Antonio's regular board meeting. Please note this meeting will be recorded in its entirety. I will now begin to conduct Commissioner roll call. Chair Gabriel Lopez.
Here.
Vice Chair Gilbert Casillas.
Present.
Dalia Contreras. Estrellita Garcia Diaz. Janet Garcia.
Present.
Leela Powell.
Here.
Doug Ponick, Board of Commissioners Attorney.
I'm here.
President and CEO Ed Hinojosa Jr.
I'm here.
We also have an interpreter located at the back of the room should you need their assistance. The time is 1:10 p.m. You may now call the meeting to order.
Thank you. The Board of Commissioners or its committee may hold a closed meeting pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071-076 for consultation concerning attorney-client matters, real estate, litigation, personnel, and security matters. The board or committee reserves the right to enter into closed meeting at any time during the course of the meeting. All right, first item is citizens to be heard.
Now is the time for citizens to be heard. Citizens will be given up to 3 minutes to speak. Note the board will not discuss the comments of speakers or respond to speakers during citizens to be heard portion of the agenda. The first citizen signed up to speak is Belle Galvan.
Hello, my name is Isabel Galvan. In the midst of the pandemic, when families all across the country were losing their homes, Opportunity Homes, formerly known as SAHA, set out a plan to demolish the Alazan Apache public housing projects. I had the honor of meeting the families and neighbors in this community. I heard their stories, their cries, their wishes, and their dreams. I was also presented with the privilege of taking part of a very special project that would evidently overturn what would have been an incredibly huge mistake. I fed families, gave babies diapers, hugged moms as I delivered food boxes full of canned goods and dry food as they called me an angel. For without our support, they would have not known where their source of food for that day or the week would have came from. Alongside all the suffering and struggle and fears we encountered, I also witnessed faith. Faith on the grandest scale. The type of faith you have to be in the presence of to understand. After all the blood, sweat, and tears, here we are now, families still housed and supported. Ed Hinojosa has created a positive impact by intentionally fighting for the community just as any respectable leader should. He has made true change that can be felt and measured. I've personally heard and surveyed many residents who have stated that maintenance responses have gotten better, the interactions with staff have improved. They don't feel as discriminated against or discouraged as they once did in the past. Most are just happy and grateful to have a roof over their heads, comfortable enough to plant their feet and allow themselves to finally feel at home and at ease. Which brings me to my reason for being here. These notices to vacate in the peak of a disastrous economic crisis is inhumane. These people are already struggling to survive. They need help. They need time, and they need for you to allow yourself to be guided by the same faith that they walk in and day out. Please consider, what if this was your family? What if it was your child facing a dismantling, life-altering hardship? These are neighbors, the community, and I, a mother, a volunteer, and a resident, ask you to help us, to stand with us in solidarity and assist the families of San Antonio by providing aid and support instead of tossing them out into the abyss of an uncertain and unknown. I ask you today to make the right choice and to do the right thing. Thank you.
Our next citizen, Kayla Miranda.
Hello, my name is Kayla Miranda. I am a tenant at Alazan Apache Courts. First, I want to say the difference in our housing authority from 5 years ago is like night and day. It is amazing and so wonderful to be able to work with such a stellar staff. And that change has been come after Ed Hinoso took over. All the way down to the manager level. My manager, Sonia, she's awesome. Very proud. I'm very proud to be a tenant. A couple months ago, I was in Washington, D.C. at Capitol Hill, fighting for funding for public housing, fighting for the tenants that are here. I'm not here to attack anyone. These notices to vacate, I started getting phone calls the second they started hitting doors. Evictions are violence. Even if it's a notice to vacate, it is still something that scares people. I want to tell you a little bit about the first person that called me. Since my journey began, I became a housing organizer, and I started a project with a co-fellow that is also here, Luisana, called Escuelita. It's a leadership academy for people in our community, the majority of which were low-income renters, a lot of them from Alazan. One of those tenants was a very bright, beautiful, smart woman with 2 small children. She was fighting the system to get Social Security for her heart condition, and she failed. And because of that, she never got the health care she needed, and a problem with her heart that could have easily been fixed took her life. 2 months ago, she passed away, and I helped her husband get on the lease at Alazan. He was my first 30-day notice to vacate, $435. He got a 30-day notice while he's still reeling from the loss of his wife. His children are still reeling from the loss of their mother. We are all, as a community, still very raw with grief. Cassandra Garcia Presente. Remember the people that are suffering from this. There is another way. We can work with people. I have Coalition for Tenant Justice. There's Esperanza Peace and Justice Center, Historic West Side Residents Association. I am now an elected member of a national organization, Right to the City and Homes for All South. We can help use those partnerships. Thank you.
Our next citizen is Nadia Miranda Colgrove.
Hello, my name is Nadia Miranda Colgrove, and I live at the Alazan Apache Courts, and I'm 19 years old. I want to speak on item 8. Before we came to live at Alazan, we were homeless. I remember my mom driving our car at night with the windows down to keep us cool. I remember getting ready for school at the 7-Eleven. I remember doing my homework on the roof of our car. I remember the first time my mom took us home. It was empty and we didn't have anything except clothes. But I was so happy to have a room. I was happy that I wouldn't have to pack up everything to load in the car because checkout was at 11 a.m. I was glad I didn't have to be scared to talk at school just in case I accidentally said something wrong that would cause CPS to take us away. Most of all I was happy we could cook on the stove. I couldn't wait to taste my mom's cooking again. I remember when we started getting lease violations and got evicted, I remember the lady from the office that pushed me because I was blocking the door so she could come in when my mom wasn't home. My uncle was watching us. I remember people from the office yelling and screaming at my mom on the porch. I remember them doing the same thing to my neighbor. I remember being afraid to go outside because the office was always driving by to pick picking fights with my mom. And of course, I remember when my mom had enough and we had all fought back. My life is different now. We are able to be happy and it feels like a real home. The office acts differently. The maintenance people are actually nice. It's how it's supposed to feel. It's not right to scare people because you want them to do something. It's better to be kind. My mom always said that we have to treat people the way that we want to be treated. I guess what I'm wanting to say is, would you want someone to kick you when you're down, or would you want them to help you up? There has to be a reason why so many people are behind. Because please don't evict people who have nowhere to go. No one should have to be homeless.
Our next citizen, Leticia Sanchez.
Hi, my name is Leticia Sanchez, and I'm the co-chairperson of the Historic Westside Residents Association. Our association is comprised of homeowners and renters, which include residents of the Alazan courts. I'm here speaking on agenda item 8C, outstanding rent balances, after learning from some of our Alazan residents that they've received notices to vacate for outstanding rent. One of the objectives of our association is to help our residents in our community remain housed. We've been grateful for Opportunity Homes' commitment to providing housing opportunities to our residents under the current leadership of CEO Ed Hinojosa. He, along with his staff, have worked hard to correct systemic issues that have, in the past, contributed to some residents losing their housing. So it's very upsetting to us that after so much progress has been made by Opportunity Homes to help our most vulnerable residents, that this Board of Commissioners approved sending out notices to vacate to our Alazan families. Because our association has a strong bond and connection to our residents and people turn to us for assistance, we've begun to receive calls from our Alazan residents who are afraid that they may soon be homeless because they've received a notice to vacate. Our city is and has been experiencing a housing crisis that will never end if our leaders do not work harder to understand the issues that our most vulnerable families are dealing with. The pandemic contributed to many of the problems that our families are still trying to recover from, but the state of Texas has also chosen within the last 2 years to remove people from Medicaid and reduce or altogether stop SNAP food benefits. Families must choose between buying much-needed prescription medications, buying food, or paying rent. Our city and our county have resources to assist our residents. However, bureaucratic systems make it very difficult for our residents to get assistance. Our association knows because we've helped a lot of our residents apply for assistance. And yet some of our residents also suffer from mental illness or disabilities that keep them from asking for assistance. Our association invites each of you here to walk with us door to door as we meet with our Alazan residents to hear their stories and their situations, the situations that they're dealing with, and that have led them to having outstanding balances. I come before you on behalf of our association and Alazan residents to ask that you not proceed with evictions. Give our association time to help connect our residents to resources. Please don't add to our homeless number and our housing crisis by voting to move forward with evictions. Thank you very much.
Our next citizen is Aaron Hahn.
My name is Erin Hahn. I'm a research analyst with Texas Housers. We're a nonprofit that supports affordable housing and tenants' rights, the research, policy advocacy, and community power building. I'm here to speak on item 8, outstanding rent balances, and to urge the board to reconsider its decision to evict, destabilize, and put at risk of homelessness hundreds of public housing families, which will have horrific consequences across our city. There are few housing options for extremely low-income families living in the San Antonio metro area. There are only 28 available and affordable units for every 100 extremely low-income households who need one. Public housing serves families who may otherwise have no options for safe and secure housing, and we hope to see Opportunity Home to do everything in its power to protect and preserve these families' access to their public housing units. Research shows that the negative impacts of eviction are far-reaching. Evictions are associated with a host of negative health outcomes. Mothers and children who experience eviction are at elevated risk of material hardship, depression, and poor health outcomes. Evictions negatively impact employment, financial stability, and future housing stability. Because many landlords do not accept tenants with an eviction on their record, it can be extremely difficult to secure new housing after a tenant has an eviction filed against them. Mass eviction filing is not a solution. Texas Housers encourages Opportunity Home to work diligently to ensure that it has done everything in its power within the 30-day notice period to avoid filing these evictions in the court system and to allow these families to remain in their homes, including auditing affected tenants' rent calculations, reviewing and ensuring accuracy of their rent ledgers, developing payment plans, and directing households to rental assistance, especially those with smaller dollar amounts owed. Thank you to Ed Hinojosa for his longstanding commitment to providing housing stability in the city, for our city's low-income families, and thank you to the board for your consideration.
Our next citizen is Araceli Herrera.
Buenas tardes, yo hablo español.
Puede empezar, sí.
Yo soy trabajadora del hogar y organizo a
I'm a
trabajadoras del
homemaker
hogar.
and I organize homemakers.
Yo estoy aquí porque yo ayudé en el
I'm here because I helped
2020-2021
2020, 2021
para llenar las aplicaciones del fondo de
so we
emergencia.
can fill the applications for the emergency fund.
Desde ahí la situación económica de la
The
comunidad,
economic situation
ha
of the
quedado muy
community
mal.
has been very bad.
y yo lo sé porque la gente
I know,
sigue acudiendo
because
a
the
mi
people
local
Keep going to
pidiendo
my
ayuda.
stall,
Y yo
asking for
me
help.
pregunto,
And
¿qué
I'm
acaso no
asking,
ese es un trabajo de la
Isn't that a
ciudad?
job from the
¿Qué está
city?
pasando?
What's happening?
Pero también pensemos
But let's
que
all
la
think
comunidad
the community
primero
is
fue
first.
afectada terriblemente por la pandemia
terribly
porque
because
primero
of the
estuvimos
pandemic.
3 meses sin trabajar,
Because we were 3 months
sin
without work,
tener para comer,
without having anything
para
to eat,
pagar la renta.
to pay the rent.
¿Y qué pasó en ese tiempo?
And what happened during that
H-E-B,
time?
Walmart, todas esas
H-E-B,
compañías que
Walmart,
vendían comida
all those
subieron
companies
los
selling
precios,
food increased their
desapareció la
prices.
mercancía,
Merchandise
afectaron
disappeared.
a la comunidad.
They affected the community.
Aún sigue afectada. Muchas
Still
mujeres
affected.
perdieron a sus
A lot of women
maridos.
lost
Ahora
their
mantienen a
husbands,
sus hijos.
And now they have to support
Aún
their children.
estamos sufriendo
We're suffering.
esa pandemia.
We're still
Por
suffering
favor,
that
tengan
pandemic.
piedad.
Please have mercy.
No corran a estas
Kick
personas.
those people out.
Vayan a mi lugar. Yo ya fue
Aquí no hay.
un representante del
It's a representative.
concilio, fue a mi lugar y escuchó las historias de las señoras
The stories
que
of
van
the
a mi
ladies
local, que no van a la ciudad, que
go
no van a
there,
un
not
lugar,
to the city.
sino van conmigo a
They
pedir
go with
ayuda,
me
porque yo
to
tengo
ask for
contacto
help.
con la comunidad,
Because I have a
porque
contact
yo
with the
ayudé a
community.
la comunidad por 2 años y
Because
la
I helped
sigo
the community
ayudando
for 2
con los
years.
pocos recursos que yo
With the
tengo.
little resources
Estas
I have.
personas necesitan
people
un estudio socioeconómico para ver qué está
socioeconomic
pasando,
studies to see what's going
cómo
on.
ayudarlas a conseguir un buen trabajo.
How to help
Recuerden
them
que
find a good
también
job.
en San Antonio
Remember,
nunca, yo tengo 35
Antonio,
años que
I've been
emigré aquí
35
y
years
nunca
that
hemos
I
recibido un
immigrated.
aumento
never
salarial.
received
Seguimos
a salary
recibiendo
increase.
7.25. ¿Ustedes
We
creen
still receive
que una
7.25.
familia puede vivir
Can
con
you believe
7.25?
a
No,
family
no
can live with
podemos vivir.
7.25?
Yo misma
We can't live
tengo
like that.
74 años y aún sigo
74
limpiando
years old,
casas
and I still
porque lo que gano no me
keep cleaning
alcanza. Yo
houses.
tenía el sueño de comprarme una casa,
My
pero no
dream
puedo
was to
porque
buy a
solamente
house.
gano 18,000 al
But
año.
can't, because I
Entonces yo
also
les
find
suplico, por favor,
18,000 a year.
que les den oportunidad, que los dejen un poquito
Give them
más
opportunity
y que nosotros vamos a buscar la manera de
where we can
apoyarnos,
find
pero
a
también
way
con ustedes,
to
con la
support them,
ciudad,
but also with
que nos
the
ayuden
city,
a dar más recursos,
so
que
they
nos
can help
ayuden,
with more
porque los
resources.
hemos ayudado con la luz, con el agua, con
Electricity,
medicinas,
water,
con muchas cosas de
medicines.
salud.
with
Yo me
everything we
pregunto
have.
dónde está la ciudad, que vaya a mi
There's a
lugar
city they can
para
go
que
with
escuche
me.
a la gente, para que escuche
Listen
sus
to people,
problemas,
their problems,
sus necesidades.
their needs.
Los salarios que ganan no alcanzan de
Salaries they
verdad,
have
por
are not
favor.
enough. Please.
Denle más tiempo a estas
Give them more
personas,
time
denles
to these people.
oportunidad
Give them
de que
opportunity.
nosotros los podamos apoyar.
We can
Muchas
support
gracias.
them.
Mi nombre es Araceli Herrera, Domésticas Unidas.
My
Y también
name is Araceli
pertenezco a
Herrera,
una coalición que
Domésticas
está ahorita
Unidas,
aquí
and it's
en el
also a
West Side.
coalition here on the West
Gracias.
Side. Thank you.
Our next citizen is Jeanette Rico.
Hi, my name is Jeanette Rico, and I am a tenant here at the Alazan Apache Courts. And I didn't receive a notice to vacate, but I'm a person with lived experience. When I was a kid, we lived at the Casiano Homes, and our mother, she had 7 kids, and she was a single mother. She had 7 children to herself to raise, and often had to choose between buying school clothes on a fixed income or paying the rent. And of course, she wanted us to look okay, and we had uniforms, so she would pick that. Well, after the summer ended, right before Christmas, we ended up getting a notice to vacate, and the court, told my mom she had to leave. So we ended up at the SAM shelter, and we went from having bedrooms and stuff like that to living in the shelter. And unfortunately, my mom had 7 kids, and we were kids, and we were kicked out of the shelter, and we ended up living outside under the bridge. And unfortunately, CPS did take us away from my mother, and a lot of us didn't recover from that situation. Fortunately for myself, I did. My mother never did. She still is at the shelter. She lost all her children, but we, I'm not asking for y'all to give these people like a handout or anything like that. We're just asking that you have some compassion and think of the things that happen to people when they're displaced, because one small thing that may seem like a small outcome can be a big domino effect in their life. And we just ask that you have some, give them some grace. And also I want to say thank you to Mr. Edward Hinojosa I am a resident here now, and I did receive discrimination in the past from my office, but now it has been 100% better. And I just want to say thank you to him and all the staff here at Saha and Opportunity Homes. Thank you.
The next citizen is Nicole Hammer.
Hi, my name is Nicole Hammer. Yesterday, I got a notice to vacate due to back rent. I don't know why my account was like that, because I was on a program to pay it. I lost my job, my daughter's Social Security, and even my food stamps haven't been renewed. No one called, no one knocked on my door. I have a learning disability, understanding mailed letters. I'm scared. I have 5 kids, no family, nowhere to go. It's not right to evict people that way. Please put tenants before money. Thank you.
The next citizen is Sally.
Hello. Hi. I'm a homeless advocate, and I know all too well that Opportunity Home San Antonio I heard that you are mass evacuating 30 folks, maybe more. I'm willing to gamble and bet, and confident enough to know that I bet out of those 30, about 28 of those is because Opportunity Home San Antonio made an error in accounting, that I am asking for a full audit of all of your records of the people that you have given mass evacuation notice to vacate, and I guarantee you about more than half, almost all of them, will be excused. That's just the tradition of Opportunity Home San Antonio. Y'all make several mistakes during your recertification processing, several mistakes, and that also causes for Opportunity Home San Antonio failing to pay the unit or the apartment complex or whoever it is that you're utilizing the contract with. So I know that these notice of vacates, I'm sure, without a shadow of a doubt, that it was because of an error or mistake on the part of Opportunity Home San Antonio, because it is just all too common that your staff, your management staff and accounting staff is constantly making errors and mistakes and passing out these notice of vacates. And they're not passing out notice of vacates properly. I can guarantee you, almost every single one of these cases, they're not being given to the tenants the correct way. I'm willing to bet that, and I know I will win that bet. So I'm asking that you please listen to these coalitions, listen to Kayla Miranda, Mr. Hinojosa, please give them time to audit these records, and I bet you anything, these notice of vacates will disappear. Please listen to Ms. Kayla Miranda and everybody else in Esperanza. Thank you.
Our next citizen is Olivia Cruz.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es
Good
Olivia
afternoon.
Cruz.
My name is Olivia Cruz.
Soy parte de esta coalición por una
I'm
vivienda
part of this
digna
coalition
y
for this
miembro de activa de Domésticas
housing
Unidas,
and from
que
Domésticas
defiende los derechos
Unidas,
de
defending
las
the rights
trabajadoras del hogar.
of the
Vengo
homemakers.
hoy a apoyar
And
a
I'm
los
here to
inquilinos que
support
recibieron el aviso de
The
desalojo.
tenants who received
Como una persona mayor de la tercera edad
as a person, as an adult,
y a dos nietos menores
I
de
have
edad.
minor
Sé lo difícil
grandchildren.
que es
I know how
sobrevivir
difficult
y
it is to
poder pagar la
survive
renta.
and to pay the rent.
Gracias a Dios, yo
Thank God,
viví en vivienda pública por
I
más de
lived in public
26
housing
años.
for more than
Y cuando
26 years.
Y cuando recibí a mis nietos,
And when I received my grandchildren,
se murió, su madre se murió.
their mother
Y entonces
passed
yo
away,
tuve que quedarme con ellos.
so then I have to
Y al
stay
tener-
with them.
al recibirlos a ellos,
And
la
as
renta me subió
I
a
received them,
$700.
the rent went up to $700.
Y me sentí obligada
And
con mi
where
hijo
to live
mayor de
with my
edad y mis
oldest
nietos.
son
No puedo pensar
and my
qué
grandchildren.
hubiese sido de
I
mí
cannot think
si no
what
hubiese
would
tenido
have been
esa
if I
vivienda
hadn't had
pública donde
that public
vivir, y les
housing
pido que sean
where I could live.
conscientes
So
con la
please
situación que están
be
viviendo
conscious with the
las
situations
personas
people are living
que han sido
that
notificadas
have
de
been
desalojo,
notified
que también
for evictions.
también irán a vivir
That
ellos
also
mucho
will go
con sus
live
niños hasta personas de
with
la
their
tercera
kids,
edad.
with
Les
adults.
pedimos que les den la
And we
oportunidad
asked
de
you to
resolver
give them
sus casos y
opportunity
que procedan
to
a
solve
llevar
their
sus
cases
casos a la corte de,
so they
de
can take them
desalojo.
to the
Gracias.
eviction court. Thank you.
Our next citizen is Luisana Santibanez.
Hi, I'm here to speak on behalf of residents who could not make it here today. One of those families that received the notice to vacate is an Alazan Apache resident. I just got off the phone with her, and with her permission, I'm able to share her story. She's a mother of 6, works full-time, and due to being entrapped in a situation of domestic violence for years, under which she was denied control of her income, she was unable to make full payment of her rent each month, and the amount owed has just been accumulating since. Even after multiple police reports, she's been denied protective orders from her abuser, and this has been a problem even after he served time for sexual assault of her daughter. I'm speaking of a mom who has worked extremely hard to overcome extreme hardships and barriers all throughout her life, and setting her up to make some mistakes in her young years that she's been unable to shake off even after completing 5 years of parole, making payments on time to the court, and after having served hundreds of hours of community service. I met her when I was working at the American Indians in Texas through their San Antonio Fatherhood campaign. She came in as an intern when she was going to school for San Antonio College, and because of her life wisdom and commitment to transforming her life, she got hired full time. 2 years ago, I moved over to work with Esperanza Peace and Justice Center, and I'm a coordinator of the Coalition for Dignified Housing. But since I left, she got hired and promoted. She got promoted to lead their Mission of Motherhood program, and she's the program coordinator there, educating and mentoring justice-involved parents on domestic violence and parenting issues. Public housing is her only chance. She hasn't been able to get a second chance. She hasn't been able to get out of, qualify for any vouchers or any other move out of the Alazan to other properties. Even though her family has grown, she has 6 children. Like I said, her daughter is a Public Allies intern. Recently graduated from Lear, and all her children are brilliant and gifted. They deserve a stable home. Please don't evict families like the mom that I'm talking about. I'm sure that her case is one of many deserving of the attention and compassion and time to remedy their housing situation. Thank you.
Our next citizen is Ana Lucenia Polanco.
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre
Good
es Ana
afternoon.
Polanco.
My name is Ana Blanco.
Vengo en representación de la Coalición por una Vivienda Digna,
I'm here representing Coalición por Vivienda
ubicada en el histórico West Side.
It's on the historic West Side.
Estamos trabajando por el derecho a una vivienda digna
We're working for the right to dignified housing.
y una línea de trabajo es velar por la dignidad de vivienda de la comunidad.
And one of them is to fight for dignified housing for the community.
En esta vez, el motivo de mi presencia
And this is my presence.
es para abogar por todas estas personas que están en nuestra
Is to
comunidad,
Call for speak for everybody who's in the community
que han sido notificadas de un desalojo.
because they have been notified for an eviction.
Nosotros somos una organización que cree fielmente
We're an organization that faithfully believes
que las personas tenemos derecho
in
a vivir
people. We have the right to live
en dignidad,
with dignity,
y eso implica
and that implies
buscar
to
recursos,
find resources,
apoyo
support,
para que ellos puedan quedarse dentro de su vivienda
so they can stay in their house
y generar condiciones
and generate conditions
dignas que va más allá
more
a una salud
than health,
mental, psicológica
health,
de las
psychological.
personas que habitan en ella.
than the persons who live in there.
Somos una organización que también
We are an organization that also
crea estos puentes de comunicación,
we build these communication bridges,
siempre a favor de la comunidad.
always in favor of the community.
Por eso
That's why
creo
I believe
que buscar un mecanismo
to find a
que
mechanism
pueda ayudar a esas personas
that
a
can
quedarse
help
en su casa
those people to stay at their house
sería una muy buena solución
would be a very good solution.
para no permitir que esas personas queden sin vivienda
So those people will be without a housing,
y tengan su dignidad
and they can
de
find their
seguir
dignity
permaneciendo en ella.
and stay there.
Por ello,
And that's why
yo les pido
I ask you,
que busquemos todos conjuntamente
let's all find
un buen proceso,
together a good process,
un buen mecanismo
a good mechanism
que sea y que ubique
that finds
a las personas
the
como
people
el fin último de un
as
proceso matemático.
the end as a mathematical process,
Es decir,
which means
centrarlo
center them
a la persona
to the person
en su dignidad.
with their dignity.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
That concludes the citizens signed up to speak.
Okay, thank you. Looks like we have, are we proceeding with the item number 3 on Vincent Robinson, or Commissioner Robinson? Yes, please, go ahead.
Yes, I understand. Hello.
Yep.
Hello, my name is
State your name.
Hello, my name is Jasmine Herrera. My family and I have been living in the West Side for 16 years. And I heard that a while back that the Alazan was in danger of being demolished. And I was upset about that, but now it's saved. And then recently I've heard about what happened. And I'm really upset about hearing about what happened, then getting that notice to vacate. And I understand what they're going through. I went through that also. And I was able to get help with the Esperanza Peace and Justice Center. Now I'm the first person to be part of a community land trust. But these people are not. And they might not have nowhere to go. I ask that you put yourself in their shoes. They have kids, and you don't know where they might be going. Probably out in the streets. It could be your grandchildren. It could be your niece. It could be your nephew. So I just ask that you give them another chance. Thank you.
Thank you. We will table item number 3 so that Commissioner Robinson can join us at the next time. Item number 4, we have minutes for approval. The approval of the March 27, 2024 regular board meeting minutes, as well as the approval of the April 17th Operations and Real Estate Committee meeting minutes.
I so move for approval.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
First and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Minutes are cleared. We have one consent item, Resolution 6517, authorizing the award of a contract for elevator rebuild and modernization at Pecan Hill to Otis Elevator Company through Omnia Partners in the amount not to exceed $679,075. Unless there's questions, I'll take a motion for the consent item.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? 6517 is passed. Rather than going to item number 6, I will move us to item 8C for discussion and presentation. Then we'll come back.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm going to go over our discussion of our 5 priorities and related topics for today. So the first topic is our development partnerships, including our voucher strategies.
Let's, given we've got some residents here, let's go straight to 8C on the outstanding balances conversation. We can come back to the
Okay.
other items.
All right. So these are the outstanding, this is an update on our outstanding rent balances and how each portfolio has been handling our outstanding rent balances or outstanding balances from our residents. So back in June of 2023, our Beacon Communities brought a proposal to start addressing our outstanding rents after the eviction moratorium ended in 2021. And so Beacon, we started roughly about 285 residents, and at that time we were looking at amounts owed over $5,000. And so through the work of the Beacon team, we identified those residents and had made contact. And we started issuing notices to vacate for individuals that had had rent arrears over $15,000. Several of our families did enter into repayment agreements while others opted to elect to vacate their units at that time. We are pleased that approximately 50% of our residents have not defaulted on the repayment agreements that they'd entered into. This slide actually reflects our residents in arrears over 1 year in our Beacon portfolio, and this data is as of, it was pulled March 1st of 2024. And so it is going to vary from the June data that we shared to now this data. And so this is where, as we've been providing updates to the board, we are basing our updates off of this original 210 families that we are currently working with through different stages of how we're addressing the rent arrears. This is just a continuation, and it shows the 210 is the number of families that we, at this time, are over a year, that have balances over a year. So as the 210 we've identified, this is their status as of April 28th, and one individual is in litigation outside of the eviction process. We've had 12 residents who have moved out, 20 have active repayment agreements, 23 are in the eviction process, and again, different stages of our eviction process. 39 of those residents have paid their balance in full, and then we have about 115 residents that have received their notices to vacate in the month of April. Again, I just want to reiterate to the board, as we are issuing our notices to vacate, that still gives that family the opportunity to still come and have conversations with our staff. We have gone through multiple touch points throughout this duration, not just when we started this process in August of 23, but as through COVID, we provided resources such as rent relief opportunities through the state as well as the city. And then, of course, we actually on many occasions brought in those resources to many of the properties where we saw that residents had high balances.
Just to clarify on that point, so someone at one of the Beacon properties owes $7,000 in back rent. They receive a notice to vacate. They can come to management and say, I'd like to enter into an RPA at that time.
Yes, ma'am. We will try to enter into a repayment agreement at that time to stop the eviction process.
Does our notice to tenants include information about RPAs?
It includes having them to come into the office, and I will confirm with the team that we do have that language in there, but we have been really trying to make sure that language is clear. The notice to vacate has certain language that has to be required by the court system, but the additional, there's lots of documents behind that notice to vacate that should have that language, but I will definitely confirm with the team.
Okay, thank you.
But I believe it is in there because multiple residents have reached out, and we started those process. Staff just confirmed it actually says that specifically in all of the language. So for public...
I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you. Want to go back one slide? Okay, so just for clarity, 210 is the grand total of families in our Beacon portfolio that are the 13 months or greater. 115 received notices to vacate. That was part of the recent deal, or is that since
That is
started
part
with
of the
Beacon side.
recent, as we reran our numbers, because these numbers change every single day. As families are coming current, there may be families that were in that 10 to 12 months past due that are now coming into the 1 year, over 1 year. And so the staff is continuing to work with those. Even the families that once they become past due, they still get a notice that says, you are past due on your rent, please, come to the office and have a conversation with our staff. Again, we're offering those same repayment agreements, not just when they get to a certain dollar limit, but at any time the situation may change.
So the 210 were 13 months or greater, but yet we only sent NTVs to 115. Does that mean 95 were not touched?
No, the other 95 is the one that's in litigation.
Okay,
12
that's
have
how it's
moved
broke
out.
out. Okay.
20 entered into repayment agreements.
That explains that part.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm clear. Thank you.
So for public housing, we brought a very similar plan to the board in how we were addressing our rent arrears. And so this was done through a 3-tier process. It's slightly different than what we did with our Beacon communities. And on this one, our first tier is made up of about 625 units. And this is anybody who has owed rent greater than 1 year. And then the next tier that we will start working through is anybody less than a year. And then finally, less than a year, there's 2 different categories. One's 140 and one's 325 units that we will be looking at. And again, it's going to be the same thing as we continue to run the data. Those numbers are going to change based off of the statuses and based off of if those families enter into repayment agreement or pay off their balances.
Ms. Brandy, I just had a question. So I just want to make sure that it's clarified and stated. There's resources attached to when they are received with that eviction notice, or how are those resources provided to our residents?
So resources are provided in multiple different ways. Part of the notices to vacate, we are required, there's a packet that goes out with everything, and some of that's HUD requirements because of public housing, and then some of those are recent requirements because of during COVID there was a lot of changes. And so those are always in there. Outside of just, it shouldn't just be at the notice to vacate part. Throughout the duration, our staff has sent out numerous opportunities through emails, through text messages, through actual flyers on the door about different resources that were either available in the community or, where we have directly brought them on site, or that we've been made aware of, whether the city opened up their rent relief, we pushed those messaging out through all different platforms that we have available. We did a lot of outreach, especially when we knew during COVID the state was providing, not just the state but the city, so we were just constantly pushing that information out.
Thank you so much for clarifying.
So this is a breakdown of our current public housing families that have balances owed over 12 months. And so I am not going to go through all those numbers because they're very hard for me to see, but you can see the breakdown. And we have approximately 57 families that owe us more than $10,000 at this time.
Okay, this is where I have questions. So these are the 625. When I will tell you, we didn't have this documentation, and one of our commissioners asked for this information specifically, and I'll ask you on this because this is what we needed to see. I was shocked to see that we allowed this particular level in this portfolio. There's a significant number of families that owe less than $500. We were operating under that impression that we were dealing with the high dollar delinquencies, which is what precipitated our examination. And given that we were facing a deficit, a year over year deficit in our public housing portfolio, what can we do to help offset that? And that's what started our discussion with the 5 priorities. How did you allow a family that can be on this 625 list that owed less than $100? If you were advocating for the families, which we don't see initially, that should have been brought to us. FYI, you are not just dealing with high dollar delinquencies. You're dealing with units that have balances that are less than 100, less than 500. And to Commissioner Garcia's point, there are options, there are programs that have been around since Saha days. So that way we could address it. I mean, I guess that first question, how was that allowed? Was there a specific decision made that said it's okay?
So the data that we had initially sent out was data directly out of the system. And I think initially when that was sent out, it was pointed out that there's some system limitations. For example, the system does not tell us how many months in arrear an individual is. So that data all had to be cleaned up and scrubbed. And that process just was completed, I think, last week, early last week, is when it was finished. And then based on that, we went ahead and used that data to issue the NTVs. So all of that has happened in a very short period of time.
So in a very short period of time, yet these outstanding balances were owed for 13 months or greater prior to, and 2 years, and 3 years, and 5 years, and 7 years in some cases. Why or what system were we following? How did we get to that point?
So all of that was based on priorities we'd been discussing with the board over the last years, for the last few years. And they're priorities that have been defined in our discussions with the board, but also in our strategic planning and the planning that we bring to the MTW plan that we bring to the board every year. So those priorities were, and this goes back 2 or 3 years, keeping our residents housed, number one. Number two, the second priority population was our wait list. And then the third lower priority population was the general citizens of San Antonio, workforce housing, and how we contribute to additional housing. So those 3 priorities have been the priorities that staff has been working on for this entire period that you're talking about. So we have been operating under the assumption and under the discussion points that keeping our residents housed was our first priority. Now, it appears that there's a change in priorities now, and we'll have to revisit that with the board because these are priorities that were discussed, a couple of years ago and have continued to work their way into our operations and planning.
Were these, so in following the priority, when as CEO, you're head of the organization, did you recognize that created a financial hardship? I mean, and again, we're just going off of the last 3 years. We were facing deficit spending in public housing. At that point, should this body have then said, wait a second, why is that? How is that? What do we need to do?
So we do review the budget with the board every year. Now, regarding public housing deficits, that goes back over a decade. Public housing is traditionally underfunded by HUD, and we provided a report to the board recently about how much it's been underfunded. Much of the expenditures in public housing have been related to higher service levels. We heard some comments today about service being better at our properties today than they were years ago. And much of it is related to higher service levels. And staffing we're now at a point where we're completely staffed up. Regarding the growth in the amount, the last time I looked at this, we were talking about an incremental annually growth of about $700,000, which was manageable within our $250 million budget that we have annually from for the organization.
How much of our MTW money did we move over to cover public housing debt in 2021?
So is Diana here?
Well, I'll help you. The last time that was reported, it was a little over $6 million. In the same report, and that during that same meeting, which staff would have to correct me, it was within the last couple of months. In the year 2022, we moved over double that amount, and it was, or almost double. It was 11.x million dollars in deficits that we were running. And then we were faced with an even larger number that we're facing in this fiscal year. And that's what the board was trying to correct. That's where we needed assistance with Commissioner Garcia comment about the programs and the help that we received from our city partners, the ancillary companies that are organizations rather that help our residents. Again, some of this is self-inflicted. We should have been addressing these long ago. When HUD went out of their way to assist nationally and erect the eviction moratorium, it was not a rent moratorium. Many of our families still received their payments. However, because of the unique situation of the pandemic that it faced as an organization, it should have been our charge to work with them. What is needed? How is it needed? With all these other programs that are out there, if we are a family first organization, where was that conversation being held? Because we don't see that. I don't see where, and again, I'm going off the data that we saw, where we have families that were showing up on lists that here we have almost 100, or a little over 140 families, 138 families that owed less than $500, and we had a resident today tell us, nobody told me that. And since she received a notice to vacate this NTV, that means she was 13 months or greater past due. Did nobody under your watch approach them?
So everybody receives a statement every month that includes any arrears, so residents receive that every month. What we have done over the last year and even longer, and we've reported this to the board, is continued to work with our partners to provide rental assistance to our residents. Mm-hmm. We've had on-site at our properties fairs where we've invited our partners to assist with that. There's also been fairs for rental assistance and utility assistance. So that has been the efforts over the last year and even longer.
I don't want to monopolize the conversation, but
Commissioners, board, staff, I want to actually challenge us together. I actually want to look at this data and dissect it and make sure that there's no errors, because I, as a resident of Alazan, have encountered, and I can testify to those errors. We're only human. We make errors, right? And so to my belief, I want to challenge us that we revisit these accounts, make sure that there's no errors, to give them, I challenge us as well to give 30 to 90 days time to look at these accounts for our residents. Because if this person didn't get a notice, there should be something made, or what's happening, why is the communication not happening, right? And so I bring that to us, mm-hmm. to staff. Let's work together. Let's do it for our residents. And what if out of those 91 homes that owe under $500, what if it's something that can be fixed very easily? And let's keep our families in their homes.
My reference to those that are owe $500, even those that I'll stick with the 500. It's 138 units. That is understandable. That is reasonable. But I'll go back to the initial intent was 13 months or greater, and maybe we didn't clearly define it, but we as a body do recognize this is not, we have to do, it's a social contract, if you will, that we owe it not just to our residents, but it's symbiotic. We provide housing, and in return, in order for us to maintain and keep those services that Ed just spoke of that went up, okay, those have cost. And our expectation of the board is that those families in those units that are not fulfilling their side of it have to be discussed with. We have to have those conversations. And we're, again, as a board, we were under the impression that we're dealing with dollar amounts that exceeded $3,000. That's we are not doing our fiduciary responsibility to protect the sustainability and viability of this organization and of all the residents that we have. We have over 60,000 units out there, and we owe it to those units, so that way we are doing our part. And we have to do that. And again, with regards in the spirit of these priorities, it is we create opportunity through development, because funds earned in those support our public housing units. We do our part in providing secure, safe housing for our public housing portfolio under the expectation that our tenants are fulfilling their portion. And again, and part of our responsibility is to have that conversation. You know, with what was reported, 62% of our and this was point in time, so it has changed, as Ms. Pettis has said. 62% of that portfolio is 90 days or greater past due. 62%. We owe it to those families to have the conversation, connect them with the resources that the city of San Antonio have funded and provide, as well as the other partner organizations that we already do business with. That's where we have to do our part, so that way they do not graduate to the 13 months and beyond. You know, again, and not everybody sees that, but it's 2-year, 3-year, 4-year, 5-year, 6 years where rent hasn't been collected in a unit. Did we do our part? And that's under this organization's leadership. We have to do our part, because that shouldn't happen. That's when I saw this data, that's what was shocked, and that's why I needed to see how it was broken out this way. Go ahead.
I just want to say, for the record and to everybody out there, this board is not wanting to evict anyone. I, as a resident, know how hard it is to live on a set income. And sometimes it's hard to pay the rent, but we must pay the rent. And this whole thing came about because there are large amounts of non-paid rent out there. But that falls on the agency. That falls on our CEO. That falls on our Director of Public Housing. That falls on our Director of Beacon. That they should be out there knocking on your doors or talking to you. I know the majority of people that contact us or whatever are, want to pay their rents. But it's also hard sometimes to go to the offices when the property management are always in meetings or trainings and you can't get to them. Those people that are like Mr. Chair said, $100 in arrears. I myself didn't think that a notice to vacate would go out for $100. We can work with people to pay that back even if it's an extra $5 a month to get it paid off. 500, 1,000, 2,000. And a notice to vacate doesn't mean that you're going to be evicted. It's basically saying, come talk to us. Let us know what's going on. So, as Commissioner Garcia says, Ed, we're challenging you as the CEO to get with your staff, to get with Diana, to get with the local managers and audit the records. Because I know there was a situation where there was an individual that got a notice to vacate and was going to be evicted because she owed rent when she didn't. And it was resolved. So, and I also find it kind of hard that you cannot tell from your programs that you cannot tell how many months people are in arrears. And if that's the case with the programs we're using, maybe we need a new program. We should know, the field staff should know how many months people are in arrears and work to get with those people to pay their rent. And that falls on you, Ed, and that also falls on the Director of Public Housing and the Director of Beacon.
Go ahead.
Chairman, I know we've talked about this $3,000 mark, and I just want to be clear. $3,000 is a number that HUD has selected. If you owe more than $3,000, you're not eligible for an RPA, or that's a number we've selected?
No, that is our current policy in our ACOP. And so that's an area where HUD gives it up to the opportunity of any housing authority whether or not to enter into repayment agreements or not. So that is a choice of each housing authority.
So HUD does not restrict in any way our ability to enter into a repayment agreement?
They do restrict us into not the fact that we can enter into a repayment agreement. They restrict us on what amounts that they can go up to, and that is because rents are based off of 30% your monthly income. They say we can't. The repayment agreement and the rent can't exceed more than 40%. So that's the only restriction that HUD does adhere to.
Okay. So the $3,000, the decision that $3,000 that we would not enter into RPAs for an amount owed over $3,000 was a policy direction that the board took?
That was a policy that was implemented several years ago, and that was at the time we were addressing extended repayment agreements that went beyond years, and so that was the directive at the time that the leadership in place said, let's look at our repayment agreements. And so I want to just make a correction. It does not restrict a resident who owes more than $3,000. What it does is say, in order to enter into a repayment agreement, if you owe, say, $4,000, you need to bring it down. You need to make a down payment, and then whatever the difference is of that 10%.
So the most accurate way to say that would be that the repayment agreements can only be for up to $3,000.
That is correct.
At this point.
That is correct.
Even just looking at that as the existing policy of the board, 85% of the money that we're looking at here in terms of this deficit is from folks who owe more than $3,000, from residents who owe more than $3,000. So I'm a little confused along with the other commissioners. I mean, I'm not confused. I'm horrified. I can't imagine why on God's green earth, when we have folks who owe $12,000 or $15,000, that we sent someone who owes $1 or $27 a notice to vacate. Because we clearly have some systemic issues here at this end of the chart that have nothing to do with someone who's fallen behind by this nominal amount. And so this chart to me tells us where we ought to be focusing our attention. I hear from staff, you're saying that every individual every month receives a notice of their balance, and that notice includes information about how to talk to staff about setting up a repayment agreement, And it does not include that.
So the statement does not. So the statement is different. The statement is a system generated. It's sent out. It does tell you what your balance is. If you have a balance, then there's an additional letter that does go out that says you have a balance due that has that information.
Okay. So anyone who has a balance would receive a notice every month saying,
That says, friendly reminder, you have a balance due.
and you
Yes,
can set
ma'am.
up a repayment agreement, and
It says, please come talk to your office, your property management team
And-
to address these things.
at that time, do we also offer to recertify so if residents lose income, they lose a job, they lose benefits? I know that a lot of people have been purged from rolls for medical benefits. Do we offer that aggressively for recertification so that rents will be lowered?
So I don't have the letter in front of me, but it has changed throughout the time, especially with COVID. We did a big push during COVID because we wanted to put that information out there. Friendly reminder, if your income has changed, especially because these programs are based off of income, right? It's income based. Please come into our office so we could adjust. And I actually have a slide on some of the adjustments that we have done. And so usually, and again, I know we've had some different variations of the letters that have went out. Normally we're talking about repayment agreements. If at that time that we knew that, rent relief has opened up, we may have language in there. It does, I think there is friendly reminders about changes of income. When they're actually time to recertify, we do say, this is your also time, but there's always, that is the benefit of these programs is if your income changes, come have a conversation because we'll reduce that. And I want to say it's no longer in effect, but during the height of COVID, we knew that there was fear, right? I don't know if I want to go into the office because I don't want to, we all knew that. We were all being very, very safe. But what we said is if you may have lost your job and didn't come to report it, we would actually retroactive based off of the information that we received. So we were trying to work with all of our families during that time.
I have one more question that goes back to, I know we're not engaging with any of the information that was necessarily presented in Citizens to be Heard, but I did hear a number of organizations like Historic Westside Residents, Esperanza Peace and Justice, saying we would like to assist. What types of relationships do we have with those organizations now? And knowing what we know about where residents needed assistance and even knowing some of these smaller balances, do we have existing programs with those organizations to help our residents?
So we've offered numerous resource fairs, and when we do those, our case management, not just the property management, but we have case management, they are working with the communities, and many of these organizations are embedded in the communities, and so we are partnering with them. I can't say every single one was always going to every single resource fair, but I also know that there was a lot of, especially at, Alazan is one of our largest properties, which does tend to, because it is large, it does tend to have, more families past due, but those were, we put a lot of focus on what we call our big three, which was Alazan, Lincoln, and Castellano, and brought in multiple resource fairs to make sure that people were aware, not just the rent relief, but we also, our case management from our resident service team, they know sometimes whether church have resources, not just financial resources, but there's other resources that are needed, and they are making those direct connections. They are, boots on the ground, having conversations with our residents.
So just to confirm, I just want to make sure that my understanding is correct. We are aggressively pursuing any outstanding balances, and particularly those under 3,000 or that could be brought down to 3,000 for execution of an RPA. Residents are receiving notification every month that they have an outstanding balance, and they are receiving also information about who to contact to address the outstanding balance. And that in addition to that, we are holding events at various times in various locations so that we're not holding them all while someone might be doing shift work, or where residents can connect with community organizations like the ones that spoke here today and made some very good points, where they can connect with organizations like that. If, I can understand that even a rent of $5 or $10 might be too much, but I did hear a lot of support from the community here for the service that we offer, and it seems like we should be able to leverage that effectively.
There has been Commissioner, I mean, it varies by different properties, by different needs, but yes, there are resources. And also, I just want to remind the board, not just when we do our quarterly events at the properties, when we hold those, they're not just fun events. We try to also partner with different resources to bring them in, and it's going to vary. We know that there's different points in time of the year that resources do run dry. We know that. We know everybody's funding is different, but when we know it, and the staff, they'll try to make those connections. If residents are reaching out, if we're reaching out, many of our residents have really good working relationships with our case management that are out there. I know I see Commissioner Garcia shaking her head. I mean, she has personally told me her experience with that interaction, and I'm going to continue to remind all of our residents those are resources. They're resources where those individuals make those direct connections and really are working with the support system of other partnerships that we have established to really redirect our residents there.
One last question. Does an RPA of less than $3,000 require a down payment?
It just depends if it's that calculation, the way it falls. So if it exceeds that 40% threshold that HUD does, it could trigger. But it's going to vary by amount and by the situation the resident is on.
Thank you.
Yes.
What we've seen, and certainly what we've heard from some of our residents today, and this is directed, Ms. Chanosa, you have the relationship with the community. They clearly have trusted you during that, when prior to this particular board makeup was done. As a leader of the largest landlord servicing the most vulnerable in our community, we have to go back or create, and I believe they're there. Our employees do a phenomenal job already of being innovative in their resident services. As Ms. Bettis just said, hey, we go out of our way for outreach. It can't just be, and I'm going to just call it, we can't ignore the fact that we're not doing our best for that early intervention. That's the standard that we should be striving for as an organization, so that they do not graduate up, and we're not having to discuss arrears of rent balances that are beyond 13 months, 24 months, 36, 48, 60, and in some cases even exceeding that. We have to do better. The fact that we've reached these numbers absolutely demonstrates a lack of planning, because this was created a long time ago, years ago, unfortunately, and that we're having to deal with that now because we're facing these concerns about other services that we still want to be able to provide. Our next meeting is an operations meeting. Tell us what you're doing. The board needs a better plan with regards to that. Now, I understand. We have directed the 13 months. That's sort of the number, the line drawn in the sand. The $3,000 mark, that's the line drawn in the sand, because there has to be that. If that affects 80% of that outstanding balance, that's it. Because we have families, not just in our units, but we have families that are waiting out there that are growing, and that list continues to grow. We have spent a lot of time reminding people that our wait list has 113,000 families, not individuals. This organization owes it to both those residents. How do we keep them from moving up? And in the situation where they need services that we're not capable of providing, let's help them through your relationships with the community that you have, ask them to help them so that way they can go to those organizations and get those services. Meanwhile, we can then also help those that are sitting on the wait list. And because we owe it as an organization to both sides. We have to do, we have been told we have to do better. This is part of doing better. We do our part, they do their part. And in partnership with our our city people, our outside organizations, we can do this. I said that when I assumed to this role, I said, no one organization can do it. We have to do it together. We need to look for those options. We've done it before. We hadn't, the pandemic was clearly nobody could have figured out how to get out of that. But we have to do better in it. And that's where we're coming from, because we do have to make sure that we're protecting this organization in the future to continue to service people. So we totally jumped on your slide 30. I apologize.
No.
Just 2 more points.
Sure.
Ed, does everybody in public housing know that? Because I know that when I first moved in, I wasn't told this, but because someone mentioned they were without a job for 3 months. That they can, if they lose their job, they can go to the office and have their rent recalculated and lowered to where they, I mean, but do we
It's
put
also
that
included
out
in the
there?
letters that have gone out. It reminds them about changes of income.
Okay. Because I've heard that before too, you know, so people need to know that if they lose their jobs or their income goes down, that their rents can be recalculated.
Yes.
Also, Ed, where's this narrative coming from? Is it something we don't know about, that Alazan is going to be demolished?
I haven't heard that.
I can actually address that. The citizen that spoke was referring to the plan that, the initial plan 5 years ago, when there was a developer partner, that was that plan, and that was 5-6 years ago.
They were going to rebuild it.
No, it was demolished, and there were new buildings. Well, there were new buildings coming in. Yeah. Yeah, there were new buildings coming in.
So the takeaway is I believe we owe the board a better plan. And I think what y'all saw with the Beacon plan was something that y'all would have liked to see with our public housing plan. Is that my understanding, something very similar to that?
At the absolute minimum, we have families that have gone years in public housing that were not touched, were not collected on. And if these efforts would have started then, they wouldn't be here today. They wouldn't be
Correct.
in this position, whether through assistance from us, outside agencies, or otherwise, we would have been able to help them. That's yes, so you're correct.
Okay, we will work on that and come back to the board as we continue. And I do want to touch on a little bit, because the questions were asked. Please know that as we are, the team has been tasked not just within Beacon, but actually in public housing, is that we are reviewing every detail. And that's the reason why there were some delays in getting these notices to vacate, because we are going back and making sure the tenant ledgers are correct. If there were any types of change of income, if we had any type of documentation, they are going back and making sure. So it is not just one person preparing it and moving it out. It actually goes through multiple hands to ensure that before we do that. And I know in some cases, some were held back, and y'all saw that even in some of the numbers that we were reporting in our Beacon portfolio, is that even actually when it got up to those directors, they said, I still want additional information. And so we are mindful that we all are human. We also are giving those last opportunities for our residents as well.
Can I just add, and I know we've covered this and that people were to have received notice every month, but if someone has owed rent for 3 years, we're out of COVID relief money. We're out of these other dollars. If they had known 18 months ago that they had a balance, they could have utilized those resources then. So if we didn't pursue folks being aware of all those resources at that time, because the idea was, well, no, they're in a unit, let's just then we did people a disservice.
So they were notified, Commissioner. Everybody in that time, again, they still got statements that had the balance owed. They still got letters. We also still let them know anytime there was any rent relief, they went out. So, and I will tell you, many of our residents did take advantage of that opportunity. They came into the office because they had to have information from us. I know at several of our communities, our managers and the staff sat with the residents because from what I heard, I did not go into the system. I know it was an overly complicated system, but they sat with the residents and tried to get them through those steps as well. So,
Can we take a 2-minute recess?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Everybody can grab water.
Can the room come back to order, please?
Go ahead. Thank you, Brandy.
So I did want, in the meeting last time, I know Commissioner Powell, you had asked about kind of our recertification process, and you did stump me because you said that there was some language on our website that I was, I try not to be stumped very often if you could ask the vice chair, but there was some language about that residents have to certify that they don't owe funds. And so the team that does great work, that often comes up here and corrects me and gives me guidance, they said this was the language. And what that means, and I want to clarify, and we're still seeking some better clarification on our website, if you are adding a new family member to your lease, you have to certify. So it's not that the families have to certify during recertification, it's when they're adding to their family composition. So I just wanted to make that clarification.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
You are welcome. And then just some other information that I know the board had asked for last time. So that's in your packet. It is my understanding we want to go back to a different item, and so I'm going to pause my presentation at this time.
Okay. Let's go to item number 6. Consideration and approval regarding Resolution 6514, authorizing the proposed 2024 to 2025 Moving to Work Agency Plan, including revisions to the MTW plan, the Public Housing Admissions and Continued Occupancy Policy, ACOP, as we refer to it, the Housing Choice Voucher Administrative Plan, and the Capital Fund Program Plan, and the 5-year, oh good Lord, I lost my place, Capital Improvement and Development Plan, and the Family Self-Sufficiency FSS Program Action Plan. Richard Milk, Planning Officer. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is the final discussion on the MTW plan and proposed action to send this off to HUD for their review. There is okay, we have, I think previously we discussed this at OPS in March 20th. And the first 2 slides here are an update of information since then, right? So this is a timeline of the stakeholder engagement in the planning process, the public comment. We posted for public comment in mid-February, but even before then, we'd reached out to resident council, reached out to them again in March, had briefings for both public housing residents and voucher program residents. I had the public hearing on March 20th, and today's the final board approval. We have made resources available in a number of formats, going back to the traditional hard copies in the lobbies and presentations at meetings, but also including online access to the plan, video recordings and presentations, an online feedback form, and public comment document. We've sent out email, used social media to alert residents, incorporated the plan and meeting information on the properties through digital signage as well as through flyers, and as well as having the information on the website. There are 4 main changes we have made to the plan based on the feedback that we received. In section 1, the overview, we added the 5 priorities that have been communicated by this board. That's been added to the beginning of the document. In section 2, we've added internal feedback. We're kind of going parallel with the budget planning process, so we updated some figures in the MTW plan to reflect the latest draft thinking of the budget. And that will be updated again afterwards. After the final budget is approved, we do update the MTW plan retroactively in July. We also added language that would allow for project-based vouchers for permanent supportive housing and other projects. And we also added language that would ensure that in the resident advisory board that's being discussed, that there would be specific representation from Section 8 households that live in a Beacon portfolio. Let me pause there for a minute, because those are the two slides that are scheduled for today. I know that previously there was discussion about maybe going, we're able to go back and prepare and present again what we presented on March 20th, if that would be helpful to the board, or we could just stop at this point.
Can I just make one quick comment, and thank you for this information, and particularly for the plan updates on the project or the vouchers, the project-based vouchers for permanent supportive housing. That's a really critical need that we're hearing from the community, and excited that there are some nonprofits in San Antonio that are now moving forward with being able to provide that type of housing development. I just want to make one note, and it relates also back to our previous discussion. I know that one of our long-term, priority outcomes for moving to work is that we create, as part of the feeling safe, is that we create an environment of trust, and there's an environment of reciprocity with meeting obligations. And I just want to point out that, to me, it's important that residents feel that if they're meeting their obligations, other residents are also meeting their obligations. And that, in addition to the financial discussion we had, I think it's important for us to respect residents, and for residents to respect Opportunity Home as a landlord that's going to try to provide a quality environment and a safe and respectful place, and that when we have policies or leases in place, that we observe the rules and policies that we have, so that there is that, so that we can establish trust. And I see that prior discussion as part of this same goal, to create communities where people know what to expect, where processes are clear, where there are no surprises, and that's what we need to provide as a landlord. Thank you.
Thank you. No, I would just comment that in the conversations around residents feel safe and the strategies that we are developing around that, we certainly hear a lot of what you just expressed by residents themselves.
In regards to the planned new project-based vouchers, do we have to identify or list out, even, because I notice we've got some in nearby communities, but does the plan require us to also say we may consider project-based vouchers for other PFC deals, for example?
The plan the plan has space for us to list what we know at that point, but we have always the opportunity to add things as opportunities arise. So it's not a lock-in type of plan.
That's what I was concerned with. It doesn't require us to issue 125 permanent supportive housing ones.
Correct.
But we can go up to, or even increase.
Correct.
Can I just also make a point that one of the advantages of permanent supportive housing is the supportive piece. And I know that we have great on-site staff who do a wonderful job, but permanent supportive housing has dedicated counseling staff. It has dedicated mental and behavioral health services. It has peer support services who are paid, not the beauty of the volunteers who came here today as advocates, but people who are paid to provide peer support within the project. And so one of the truly lovely things about PSH is that it offers an environment where every resident is getting a comprehensive, supportive suite of services and personal relationships. And ideally, we would see that everywhere, but that's something that has to be budgeted for, and often it's not. So in this case, putting those vouchers in is ensuring that integrated, comprehensive approach to the wellness of a resident.
So if the board desires, they can take action on this, and so we can move it on to HUD.
Did y'all have any more questions with regards to the MTW plan?
I do want to thank staff for explaining and also our chair who made this point a little earlier. We have more flexibility with our dollars because of our moving to work status. But we also have the ability to offer some of the services that we offer because we have undertaken other development activities that provide a source of income. We all know and have repeated over and over again, no government, whether it's federal or state or local government, is providing us with enough money to run the units that we have to maintain the services that we have. So the money has to come from somewhere because we have to pay security guards and for elevators and for management staff. And so I think being clear that we seek this flexibility not only for the benefit of residents, but to ensure that we can spend the money that we do get as wisely and effectively as possible. I think that's also an important element of being an MTW agency.
Yeah. Go back one. I'm sorry. Why are we reducing our MTW vouchers, households served, from 11.3 to 10.8?
That's a result of the budget discussions that are ongoing.
Right. So the budget will come to the Finance Committee next month, and there'll be an extensive discussion about that. But there's two primary reasons. One, the cost of the vouchers has increased significantly. It increased by $15 million last year, and Diana's estimating it's going to increase an additional $11 million this year. And number two, the service level at public housing, she's currently forecasting it'll remain at current levels. So those are the two primary factors.
That's correct, right?
Oh.
It's mostly the increase in the per unit cost for HAP. That increased almost 17% in calendar year 23, and we're projecting another 11% in calendar year 24.
But simultaneously, we've also added substantially the same number of units through our local MTW program. And I don't know the latest count exactly, but Diana said we had even more that were added recently.
That is correct. So we're projecting over 2,000 units in local non-traditional investments. So investments in different properties where we can count those units as long as they are qualify.
And what are qualified units? Just educate me again.
So they have to meet a certain income stratification, and the information comes from our partners that we've invested in, and so they provide us anywhere up to 30%, so extremely low income, then low income, and then anything under 80% AMI.
So we're okay, but it's not necessarily. I guess I'm still grappling with: are we losing the ability to assist? Are we losing also the ability to assist to get us other units, the 40, 50, 60, 70% AMIs?
No, we can still do 40, 50, 60% units, and some of the development ideas that Brandy's looking at now still include those sorts of units.
Okay, and just again, Richard, to your comment, it doesn't lock us in. It just sets, this is a plan. We can adjust as necessary.
That's right.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you. Did y'all have any questions? Because if not, okay. I will entertain a motion to move this item number 6514.
So move.
We have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Item number 7, consideration and approval regarding resolution 6523, accepting the independent auditor's report for the year ending June 30th, 2023. Aaron Sladek, our Director of Finance and Accounting here.
Afternoon, Commissioners. I'm pleased to announce the completion of the audit report for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2023. We had an audit partner with Cohen Resnick on site at the March 27th board meeting, Eric Rumberger, and he presented an overall audit update. I'd like to just kind of recap the audit process with you all, summarize his presentation. So as a quasi-governmental agency, we're subject to 3 different auditing standards: generally accepted auditing standards, generally accepted governmental auditing standards, and the uniform guidance. As a result of that, they have to issue 3 separate auditors' opinions. All of those were unmodified or clean opinions with no control deficiencies or non-compliance reported. Pertaining to the overall audit process, detailed plans were discussed with management. They touched on various areas such as financial reporting, internal controls, fraud discussions, bank reconciliations, capital assets, program revenues, as well as operating and non-operating revenues. As a part of the audit, they do also issue a few standalone audits for some of our component entities. You'll see, and as a point, I think, Mr. Chair, you asked where is the report. We didn't quite have it to include in the packet last time, but it was still kind of tied up in QC review with the auditors. But it is included in the packet at this time. I just need to make a point that you'll see our pension plan audited numbers included in there, but those are separately audited by a different audit team. This audit includes review and testing of financial data submissions and federal award expenditures with no material instances of noncompliance. As a part of the auditor's required communication, they need to state that their responsibilities under those auditing standards were fulfilled, including expressing an opinion on the fairness of financial statements and assessing internal controls and compliance. They noted no significant audit adjustments or deficiencies. And then the last part Eric covered was just new accounting rules. During the year, we had to implement Governmental Accounting Standard number 96, which deals with subscription-based information technology arrangements. They call them SBITAs. Basically, that says that certain software contracts that meet the criteria in that pronouncement, you have to, instead of expensing those costs, you have to essentially recognize a liability and an asset, put an asset on your books for that. So at this time, I'd just like to extend my gratitude to the auditors. I think the partner might be watching online right now, just in case there are any questions. And then lastly, this audit report acceptance from you all does provide assurance to our stakeholders that we're dedicated to maintaining the highest level of reliability and integrity.
Just congratulations to the team on having a clean audit.
Thank you.
And then a quick question, which you may not be the person to answer, but I understand, this ensures that our financial books are in order, that we have the amount of money that we say we have, that we're conducting our accounting faithfully. I understand that there's an audit by HUD that's a process audit, or
yes, that is upcoming.
How is that different from the financial audit?
So the financial audit is going to be an annual recurring audit. The HUD audit, last one was some time ago, 2017.
So Muriel's the point person on that audit, and it is a compliance audit.
Yeah, Brandy reminded me that that's actually considered a review, not an audit per se.
And so commissioners, that review is going to come up starting the week of May 13th, and is primarily related to our programs. And HUD will be coming in. They've asked for a wide breadth of information. We've provided them all of the documentation they've requested thus far. They will be looking at some resident files. When they get here, they will also be looking at some files related to construction processes as well as other procurement processes. So it's going to be kind of a nice week-long audit, but it's nothing. It's almost like a subset of a compliance audit. So that's the best way I can describe it. So it's more compliance-oriented versus financial.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, and if we can wrap that one up in a week, that would be amazing, because the annual audit starts in about May each year, so we'll be looking to start on the 24 audit shortly. We're May 1st today, so yeah, we'll be starting on that in a couple weeks. I did want to give a shout out also to Garza Gonzalez. I did not mention them, but they're our subcontract auditors, so they also do a big piece of this audit. So kudos to them as well, and I'd like to thank them as well.
Any questions? Nope. I'll accept a motion to accept this audit.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? It is approved.
Thank you.
No, thank you. Item number 8, discussion and possible action regarding 5 priorities and other related topics. Item 8A.
Brandy's back.
I am back. So just wanted to highlight some of our development opportunities that are still undergoing vetting process. I know the board has tasked us with looking at development, and so this is some of the current development projects that not just myself, but there is a team that we are really trying to make sure that we're doing our due diligence and bringing back in the future if we feel like these are developments that will meet our development policy as well as our goals of trying to look at what 15 years will bring. I know this board has seen a lot of conversations about what projects mean, not just at the beginning, but what at the end game, what it's going to be like when Beacon inherits and purchases these properties. So these are the 3, Fields at Somerset, La Ventana, and River Breeze. And so I will give an update. Fields at Somerset, they did provide, they did a submission to the housing bond, and so they are pending notification on that. Both La Ventana, we are still having some conversations with our attorney as well as that developer to try to see if they are going to meet our needs. And River Breeze, what we have informed Kittle Property is that we would move forward with bond inducement. So at the next board meeting, y'all will start hearing us talk about bond inducements. But it's still early on whether or not that will actually turn into a partnership. But we have committed to issue bonds for that project.
This is not a question, but I trust that as we're in the pre-development process, the vetting process, that we are incorporating any and all lessons learned from past partnerships with any developers to help us structure financing and other agreements.
The contract language, things like that.
Absolutely. So right now, that language is, we're not really having that conversation, but I will tell you, between Susan and Miranda and Diana and myself and even Melissa, and I'm not going to forget Hector because his team plays a big part, we are all documenting all of our lessons learned to include to say, how do we fix this? And then we're talking with our attorneys. So there is massive conversations. And, in the past, the vetting process probably went a lot faster. And I will tell you, probably some of the developers are I'm not their friend right now because we are really pushing back on a lot of this stuff. We, outside of the developments that we do, we know what it takes to manage these properties as well. We have a good indication through our Beacon portfolio. And so we are really saying, I don't know if that makes sense for San Antonio or for this project. And so we are asking a really, really tough, hard questions. And thankfully, many of them are coming back. But I will tell you, some of them are probably not going to make the final cut. But again, we are doing our due diligence. I wish I had that crystal ball and said everything that we bring to the board will never turn into some of these things that that y'all are having discussions about. But what we are committed to is doing our due diligence, and again, it is a team effort in going through this process.
What did you mean by meet our needs? What are our needs now?
What our needs are is, well, those are outlined in the development policy that we are trying to adhere to. So we know that we are committed to deeply affordable units, but at the same time, we're also looking for projects that will bring in revenue. So
Okay,
I think that's what we're talking about.
All right. Let me, I don't suppose you've got the development policy, do you?
That is one thing I didn't bring with me today.
And I guess that's the language. Sorry, I'm not at the microphone. As y'all well know, we have tasked looking for the generation of income streams and that the development partners help us. That is multifold because they also give us the units that we know that we need. In our development policy, does it say we're committed to deeply affordability?
It's not in the policy itself. It's in the memo that was the transmittal, and it said 10% target at 30%.
I believe it says our goal is a 10%. As Ed mentioned, it is in the memo, not necessarily in the policy. I will tell you, commissioners, that does not automatically screen them out, but we are trying to have conversations with our developer friends to say, if we did this, what does this mean? And many of them are having conversations. They know this organization has a mission to serve some of the most vulnerable, but at the same time, it's not something that if it doesn't pencil out, we're trying to really work to see that. But I will say some of these projects come with a large gap that we are just, we're asking them to fill the gap before they actually come have a conversation with us.
Right, in recognition of those gaps, I mean, I understand it from the construction cost perspective, or even in the interest rates that Ed, you and I have discussed, that sometimes creates issues where the pro forma doesn't work. But we can do all kinds, and we know we've got some great partners, but it's this bubble, so to speak, that we're creating by not having even any units in there. And so in today's environment, if there's an opportunity that pencils better and still provides us some units, and again, even our income-based units go up to 60, 70, 80%. We need them everywhere. And I know that we're also we have outside partners in the county and in the housing trust, but here are opportunities where if we do partner with them, it creates funding mechanisms that allow us to help offset the deficits that we're already facing. We already know we're facing a deficit with HUD. So, let's not lose sight of an opportunity for Opportunity Home, because again, decisions that we're making today will affect this board, this body when we're all long gone, and that's in the 15-year mark. So.
And we are, Commissioner. I think what I have committed to you and to Ed is if the team decides, and this is after multiple conversations, we're not just deciding after one meeting that we're not moving forward, right? We're giving these developers the opportunity to answer our questions. But as I told Ed, I am committed to saying exactly why we're not moving forward or why we're moving forward, right? I think that is something that probably would not be here. It would be I have a report that is ongoing with the board in closed session because there are some development terms that we don't speak publicly about, right. But that those decision points will be made and y'all will be fully aware of why we didn't.
Okay.
So I just wanted to highlight some of this is there is a development presentation that I know that there's been discussions because of the length that we're trying to summarize it. So I went ahead and put it up here just so the board knows we're trying to highlight kind of the stages of development. And so this is some pre-construction. I know the board has heard a lot about Alazan expansion, so that, we are trying to break ground. There is still some hurdles that we're working through, but, it is still a goal that Susan and her team are trying to work very closely to get us to hopefully a target date of breaking ground in summer of 24. And then just a couple of our Victoria Commons developments that are happening, but those are slated for years, future years. You'll hear a lot about bond inducements, and these are the ones that the board has approved. And you can see, to your point, Commissioner, is that that is bringing income into the organization. And so we, as I mentioned, we are going to be adding to that one, which would be River Breeze, which you'll see at the next board meeting. Some projects that are under construction and with the targeted completion date of the fiscal year that is right around the corner. We have about 1,600 units that are going to be coming online. Vista at Reed, I'd like to highlight that one. We just recently had a groundbreaking of that property, and that's going to be about a 56-unit property in the far west side of San Antonio.
They'll be done in 18 months, by end of next year?
Oh, yeah, thank you, Ed.
That one, you caught an error there. That will not be done. It takes about 18 months
I was
construction.
going to say at least 18.
So that was, I didn't want to pull that one out, so yes, thank you. So
I didn't mean to call you out. It just
that's all right. Hey, it happens.
I'm like, wow, they're building that one fast.
Keep me on my toes. That's all right. Keep me and the team on their toes. That's okay, guys.
And to the chair's point, these all have income mix of varying quantities, I think. Snowden has more deep affordability because that's a self-development.
We're doing that one.
And we're doing that, so we're reinvesting what would have gone to a third party into deeper affordability.
You should have the development overview sheet that has been blown up for you that actually provides more detail on the AMIs.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, that's good.
Project stabilization, again, this is just another phase after construction. We have to get these properties to stabilization. Our hopes is, and each one has different rules and requirements, but that they would be through that stabilization in fiscal year 24-25. So that concludes that. And then if you had a chance to look at the larger presentation, I'm more than happy to take some questions about some specific projects if you have them. If not, that can be tabled for 2 weeks.
As they come up, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I don't have a project-specific question, but it's a question about PFCs and the regulatory framework that the PFC works within. And I'm truly not trying to put anybody on the spot here, but it seems to me that the legislature did take steps to rein in the authority of PFCs, but that none of those we weren't carrying out any actions that were resulting in negative impacts on communities, the way some of the problematic statewide PFCs were operating. So we haven't seen any restriction of our ability to pursue the type of project that we typically pursue, have we?
We have not seen any restrictions at this point. We do know that it does change the way we have to vet PFC deals. In the past, it just went to the board. We do have to, if we feel like it's a viable project, because one of them is a PFC, we will have to go in front of City Council and get their support.
Okay.
But there were some changes in the AMIs that we have to ensure that they're meeting as well.
I know we're just we're not quite a year out actually, but do we foresee the need to communicate with the legislature that the actions that were taken with regard to PFCs were effective and good, and that PFCs are important to, I know there's a kind of maybe throw the baby out with the bathwater mentality sometimes, but looking at these numbers and how important PFCs have been in our revenue development strategy and also the housing unit tally of what's coming through the PFCs, I would just want to make sure that we're communicating adequately to policymakers that these are an important tool.
I think that there's always opportunity to speak with legislation, right? And that's where Michael and his team have done a good job at communicating that. I think it is important to make sure that, even though that there was a lot of work or a lot of conversations around PFC, that, to your point, that's not what we were doing here, and that it has been beneficial to organizations such as us to provide those deeper, affordable units in our community. So ongoing conversations always still need to be continued to have. I think there needs to be a much larger communication plan around that, but that I think Michael will probably have some updates in the near future.
And just some notes from Commissioner Contreras had left me last meeting. She couldn't be here for the whole time, but One of the questions that she was going to have with regards to development is actually what you've already provided, and it's that income mix. It's, how many and at what AMI was one of her questions, as well as what's our ROI? What are we getting for participation? And again, some of which you've already answered, but just FYI, in case she brings that up, we'll call it to her attention that it's there, but just so that way she knows. And that's all her notes. Sorry.
Thank you. Maintenance, resident safety, and feedback. And we have under there, I know that there was a request to kind of highlight some of our health and safety capital items. And so some of these will look a little bit familiar because we did have some of that on our presentation last time. But I know that the board has asked, well, how do you plan your capital projects? And we do have a 5-year plan that you will see in our budget, which is also in our MTW plan as well. But there are things that do happen that obviously aren't necessarily planned that do raise to the level of health and safety. And so that's some of the projects that we have in Beacon and most of it you will see are probably some burn units, and we're just trying to get those back up, and then some other issues that have happened. And so wanted to report that out to the board. For public housing, these are some of the projects that may not have been in our original 5-year plan, but that we felt that it was important to highlight, either because of safety, because of the burn units, but even just our work. And Hector and his team have done a wonderful job about fire protection, and we've seen the need. We did have to be in compliance with the city. All of our high rises had to be fire sprinklers had to be built, but he's taken it a step further and really looking at some of our low to mid-rise units, and Matt Garcia and Blanco have actually made it to a priority as well. And, again, some of this has been, unfortunately, at both of those properties. We had fires in this past year that units were destroyed, and we are now going back to renovate those units.
Question on this item. Do we anticipate any reduction in insurance premiums due to these improvements?
I will bring up Diana because she is the insurance expertise.
I think that because it's a required item by the state, right, it likely will not impact our premiums, right?
So I received a meeting request from Congressman Gonzalez. Are any of these his?
I believe not on this. Gonzalez, I want to say it's Frank Hornsby.
Okay, maybe, and I say that now. Of course, I say it publicly because only his office did reach out to mine, and I don't know what it's sometime this month or first part of June. It could be in conjunction with something else that we do, but I don't want to go into it.
So
he's also made an allocation of CPF money to us, and I don't recall. I think that was allocated to Alazan and Casiano.
There's been a couple different, and I know the team is actually working on it, and I just want to highlight, these are health and safety projects underway. There is massive other capital projects, and then the team has been working very diligently to submit other resources. So it varies by different congressmen and their then what requests we have to submit. So the team is working on that, and we'll be able to report that out in the future.
Okay.
And we've already gone through the outstanding rent, so I'm going to skip over all of that. The wait list review, there are no updates, as the board knows. That is just something, those are snapshots in time. And I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Michael.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Just wanted to quickly provide you an update on the communications that we had regarding the rent arrears. We contacted all of the City Council members, with the exception of District 4, since they had none affected, and District 9, none affected as well. But the rest of the council offices were contacted. They were responsive for the most part, indicating that that we would work with NHSD and other partners to find resources for our residents, which we have. The most responsive office was District 5. Obviously, they're the most affected of the entire council districts. And so we've been working with them, providing information. They are going to work with their office teams to do some outreach along with some of the partners we heard earlier during Citizens to be Heard to make a concerted effort to make sure the lowest amounts are addressed and least number of families are affected. We also contacted the Bexar County, the 4 different precincts. We heard from precinct 1 and 4. They did mention that their jurisdiction, while it encompasses households within the city limits, their concern was they wanted to focus on households that were outside the city limits and within Bexar County, not within the city, with the idea of meaning if those households were affected within the city limits, that really is a city responsibility, an NHSD responsibility. We reminded them that although these households are within the city limits, it's also within their jurisdiction, and they also have a shared responsibility to help our families. We haven't seen that shared responsibility from the county in the last 4 to 5 years, and so I think it's important for us to continue reminding them that it's a city-county responsibility, and we'll continue reminding them moving forward. We also contacted our housing partners, including Close to Home and Haven and Sam Ministries, and they were very supportive and understanding of the process that we're undertaking, and they asked, that we keep them informed on what we're doing. But overall, all the entities you see on the screen were very supportive on what we were doing, and were very helpful, particularly with NHSD. They're having a not open house, but open session tomorrow at Alazan from 9 a.m. to noon to help our affected residents. On Friday, there's going to be a on-site resource fair, if you will, at Casiano as well. And then later in the afternoon on Friday at Lincoln. So they're working with us to be on site to provide resources. And so we're really grateful for their support. So just wanted to provide you that quick update.
Does the county participate with our partners, city or otherwise, on the homeless response, or do they do any participation in that, or they still say that's a city issue, not ours?
Who's this? Sorry, I didn't catch
County.
The county.
You said if they were like, well, that's within the city limits, so it's not us. Do they?
We've made an effort to invite them to every resource fair and other external events. There hasn't been much response.
Do you know if do they participate? Go ahead.
I can address that, not from the Opportunity Home side, but from my experience with the continuum of care, and also from LISC. There has been renewed discussion about coordination, for example, of a NOFO response, and the county has started to coordinate its RFP process with partners. Mm-hmm. I think for a lot of folks, the long-term goal would be to reduce the number of RFPs that housing providers and service providers have to respond to, and there is interest in moving in we've just seen interest in moving in that direction. So
I say that because I know even you've had communication with county just with regards to, kind of uniformly, tackling the contract issue with the
Right.
trust and the county.
So we've talked with the city and with the housing trust. The county has not been very interested in participating in those discussions up to now. So we actually had a meeting recently to discuss going forward. So the housing officer, Mark Carmona, was planning to renew the outreach to the county to see if we could engage them.
I don't have any questions on what you presented, but I just want to thank you and your staff for a wonderful job that y'all did on the event last week. And thank you. They worked many hours to put this together and were there late and made sure that everybody that was there had a great time. So thank you.
Great. Thank you. Glad you could make it.
Lastly, with regards to the city, and maybe this would come from you, I guess, or Marissa, any items that we're sharing with our city partners, or or more in line with the city partners, both the electeds as well as staff, to notify the board. That way we know we see what they see, especially when they have questions. Sometimes we see them, and even recently I was blindsided on a few things. So I'd like to make sure that we
Right. Any data requests from the city, of course, we have an agreement with them, and we can share data, but we'll make sure the board gets copies of that as well.
Yeah, and it might just be as a, hey, FYI, they're receiving this. That way we, all of us, and even the ones that are not present. So, okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Looks like we have no other related on this one. We will, there's no motion on this one. So, item number 9, update and discussion regarding Section 3 and SWIMBY. Muriel, you're up. Thank you.
Yes, so we wanted to provide you an update regarding our Section 3 and SWIMBY outreach efforts and where we've been and where we're headed. So first of all, I wanted to identify what SWIMBY means. So SWIMBY are small, women-owned, and minority business enterprises. And so these refer to independently owned and operated small businesses that are at least 51% owned, controlled, and actively managed by women or individuals from minority groups. And then these businesses, we feel that they play a crucial role in helping to promote diversity, innovation, and economic growth. And we also, these businesses are also certified through various programs. And SWIMBYs could potentially receive increased opportunities for business development and access to government contracts and other resources to support their growth. In contrast, Section 3 is a program that HUD set up to help ensure that whenever an organization receives federal financial assistance for housing and community development programs, that they help create employment and economic opportunities for low-income individuals, particularly those receiving government housing assistance. And so this program helps provide job training, employment, and contract opportunities to residents in the neighborhoods. And it also helps to foster local economic development, neighborhood improvement, and individual self-sufficiency. Okay. Back in 2022, the Opportunity Home, well, back in Saha, we undertook a disparity study. We wanted to see if we were causing, or things we were doing was causing a disparate impact on businesses. And especially in us utilizing minority and women-owned firms, as well as to examine conditions in the local marketplace for minority and women, veteran-owned, disabled businesses. And this study analyzed 2,119 contracts and subcontracts that were awarded from fiscal year 2017 through fiscal year 2021. And there was an availability survey that reached 4,000 businesses in the area, with more than 185 businesses contacted for in-depth interviews. And so what the survey showed was there was race and gender disparities. And what the contractors, what the businesses told us was there were difficulties in the marketplace, barriers in learning about work, barriers to access to capital and bonding, and then other barriers to obtaining and performing public sector work. So this next slide is the result of that disparity study, where the consultants we had came in and they said, based on our looking at the contracts you awarded, based on the businesses in the area, you have a certain utilization that you had, but you also had an availability, or what was available that you could have awarded. And so for African American owned businesses, there is an availability of contract awards of 4.45%. However, we only utilize 0.68%. We had for Asian Pacific American owned, that was really the only one where we had a higher utilization than what was perceived as availability. There was a small percentage for subcontinent Asian American owned. And then for Hispanic American owned, there was utilization of 33.43%. However, there was availability of 36.87%. And then Native American owned, there was utilization of 0.1%, but availability of 4.96%. So overall, when it came to minority business enterprises, there was utilization of 36.07%, but availability of 46.50%. So that tells us there was a disparity there.
I have a question. I hadn't seen these. I think this was done before I joined the board. But is the utilization and availability, are those percentages calculated based on the number of contracts or on the dollar value of contracts?
It was based on spend.
Okay.
You're welcome. And then when it comes to white woman-owned business enterprises, we had utilization of 7.51%, but there was availability of 7.90%, so we were a little bit closer there. And so when it came to the total MBE, WBE, there was utilization of 43.58% and availability of 54.40%. And so when it came, so then the opposite, of course, that difference between that and 100% is what was done by majority owned. This is what was identified, and as a result of that, we started doing some increasing our outreach efforts. And so part of that was to supply San Antonio. I'm going to talk about that a little bit more in a few minutes. And then also the Bexar County Business Conference. We started working more with the San Antonio Apartment Association, Fair Contracting Coalition, South Central Texas Regional Certification Agency, the various chambers, and then the San Antonio Small Business Ecosystem. So in these years are actually calendar years. So in the responses we received when we sent out our request for proposals, or IFBs, in calendar year 2022 were 66% from SWIMBY organizations and 34% from non-minority owned organizations. In calendar year 2023, the responses we got because of our efforts have increased to now getting 78% from SWIMBY organizations and 22% from non-SWIMBY organizations. Likewise, the outcome by designation has also increased and improved. In 2022, 61% of the outcomes, or the contracts, in this case these are contracts, were given to SWIMBY organizations, with 39% going to non-minority owned organizations. And then in calendar year 2023, 68% went to SWIMBY organizations, with 32% going to non-minority owned organizations. So also, since the study, we have increased the number of registered SWIMBY vendors by 1,585.
You increased it by 1,000?
Yes,
Wow.
Since the study. So the study completed in
21.
Yeah.
Okay.
So our Section 3 outreach efforts basically came across in two different fronts. So the first one was related to vendor outreach. And so for that, we've done quarterly vendor webinars, monthly vendor outreach, and new vendor registration. So the quarterly vendor seminars basically help us to encourage our vendors to participate in our Section 3 program, as well as to remind them of the reporting requirements. And then the monthly vendor outreach, we send communication out to vendors on a regular basis, inquiring about new job opportunities or training that's available. And then when it comes to new vendor registration, we send out personalized communication through our Section 3 SWIMBY coordinator, welcoming new vendors to the organization, and then also describing them to them our SWIMBY and Section 3 programs. So one of the things I will also note is when we have like a pre-construction meeting like we did for the roof replacement for Victoria Plaza, we had our SWIMBY coordinator there, and in the room full of our vendors that are going to be working on that project, letting them know about our Section 3 program and about our efforts for SWIMBYs. And so during that process, we had the SWIMBY vendors raise their hand, which was really great, and then the Section 3 the vendors there also talked very highly about our Section 3 program and how we work with them to try to get them individuals that are available for Section 3 work. And so the second front is related to careers for our residents, and so job opportunities. So as jobs or training become available, these are posted on our website and communicated to our residents with the help of resident services. And then we have a Section 3 worker registry, and since March 2023, we have successfully registered 223 residents for our job matching program. So when we get information from residents, we find out things that they have competence in, that they love to do, they want to do, and then when we have a vendor that has those needs, we're able to match them up. So the next thing is the Section 3 and SWIMBY audit overview. And so we completed an audit of procurement regarding the oversight of our vendor compliance with Section 3 and SWIMBY. And the results of that, there were a total of 8 findings and 5 observations. Of the 8 findings, 4 were significant deficiencies and 5 were internal control deficiencies. And so one of the things that we really appreciate about our internal audit department is their ability to go in and do an audit to find if there's issues or systemic issues out there that we can address then, so that when we do have our bigger audits or our outside third-party audits, we've already taken care of issues that we know that they're there. So of the 8 findings, 4 were related to outdated information, 3 were related to standard operating procedures needed, and 1 was related to tracking information. And then of the 5 observations, 3 were related to standard operating procedures needed, 1 was related to outdated information, and 1 was related to standardizing information. So our Director of Internal Audit is going to provide a more detailed overview at the May Finance Committee meeting. Okay, Supply SA update. So to give you a little bit of background regarding Supply SA, a few years ago, right during the time we were actually doing our disparity study, U.S. Congressman Joaquin Castro tasked a research team led by Drexel University with understanding the procurement economy in San Antonio and its effects on Latino and Black-owned businesses. And their results indicated that there were disparities that did exist across local agencies in San Antonio. And their focus was on public entities such as Opportunity Home. 15% of the total procurement spending at that time went to Latino and Black-owned businesses in 2021. And at that time, Opportunity Home actually spent 20%, so we were a little bit better than the average. A procurement meeting was held with the CEOs of the 13 local public agencies. In late 2022, Ed was there, and where the CEO's working group was developed that also included the mayor, the county judge, and Henry Cisneros. An accountability council comprised of the mayor, county judge, Congressman Joaquin Castro, and state representative Barbara Gervin Hawkins was organized. In addition, a procurement innovation council was developed, which included the procurement officers and SWIMBY specialists from the 13 agencies. So I'm a part of the Procurement Innovation Council, and George, my director of procurement, is my backup. So the charge given to Supply SA was tasked with upgrading the San Antonio procurement system with a focus on the following key challenges. Fragmentation needs to be addressed. Supplier diversity as economic development and capital must be integrated. And so as a result, there were one-on-one sessions held with each public agency and the local procurement support team in early 2023 to discuss the following initial challenges identified by minority-owned businesses. Vendor portals. So how many clicks does it take if a business goes to our website to get to our vendor information? So that was one of the challenges. Certifications. What certifications does each organization accept, and who do they need to be certified by? So board members, as you see our procurements come through, you'll see on there if they are certified, if they're certified by Stricta, which is a local agency, or if some of them are self-certified. We accept self-certifications as well. And then also if they're a hub, which means they're a historically underutilized business as defined by the state of Texas. So we report those when we do procurements and submit those to you. Debundling. So debundling is when, if we have a huge project, is there a way for us to kind of break it up so that smaller businesses could potentially bid on the project? So one of the things that I'm working with Hector on right now is related to upgrading our bathrooms. And, if we put all 6 of the bathrooms on the first floor, we're going to do in the first phase together, it's going to be a lot more than if we try to break them up by groups of bathrooms. And so we're trying to work to see if there's a way for us to be able to do that economically and in a feasible way. So, and that's one of the challenges we have too, because when you do break up those into separate projects, then you have separate oversight for 3 projects versus one big one. But one of the things is we're trying to be very supportive in helping improve our outreach and our utilization of smaller businesses. Forecasting. So what the small businesses indicated is that they were really interested in knowing about upcoming procurements. What are some of the upcoming work that's happening, to give them time to decide if they wanted to bid on it, give them time to get their ducks in a row and everything. And then also vendor requirements. This is when we're talking about the bonding aspect of it. There's bid bonds, there are, performance bonds. And, sometimes, if you're a small vendor, you can only get so much line of credit, to go only so far, and you might not be able to get a bid bond for a really big project, but if they broke it up, you could potentially get one for a smaller project. So those were some of the challenges that were identified and that we're trying to address. So the future of this procurement initiative. So A subcommittee of CEOs was developed after we had these meetings to determine the best path forward. So the latest meeting of the CEOs was held on February 27, 2024, where a proposal on the path forward was discussed and included the following: increasing availability, which means the acumen of the local small businesses. So really teaching the local small businesses what they needed to know to be able to bid on various projects. Also increasing utilization of local small businesses and implementing a 2-year pilot program for a procurement service center funded by the participating agencies. So a memorandum of understanding was drafted and provided to all the participating agencies, and the responses are currently being consolidated. Later this month, toward the end of the month, there'll be another meeting in which Ed will be attending of the CEOs to discuss, continue to discuss next steps. So that is my presentation and update regarding Section 3 and SWIMBY. You have any questions?
Any questions?
I love the work that's being done with the different governmental partners coming together to make sure that we're utilizing local businesses. I just also want to make sure that we maintain as much focus on Section 3 because it pertains directly to our, residents and their economic mobility. And I did want to ask whether we have any concerns. I shouldn't say any concerns, we certainly have concerns, but there have been a couple key cases at the Supreme Court recently. There is currently a court case that is being heard about targeting funding specifically for Black women-owned businesses. Do we have any concern that any of our programs that might have ethnic, racial, or gender targets would be negatively impacted by a Supreme Court decision?
So at this time, we don't have any specific targets by racial groups, and actually we don't have any particular targets at all for overall utilizing SWIMBYs. Now, when we had the choice grant did have a target in there, and it wanted us to get. I want to say there was 30% of one and 40% of another group that we were targeting for SWIMBY and in Section 3, right? Mm-hmm. So that was involving that, but we don't have a specific target group here, but we try to outreach as much as possible. Doug?
Yeah, I would just say it's outreach and kind of monitoring the spread, but there isn't per se an affirmative action aspect to it. It's more just outreach more than anything.
Correct. We don't have any specific targets, but we do report on what we've contracted with you by quarter, and that's called the designations report that y'all receive on a quarterly basis, and then that groups by really more by ethnicity and SWIMBY type versus male-female. But that's one document that y'all received that kind of gives you an idea of how we're doing with our outreach efforts.
And I would assume that programs that we have with respect to Section 3, since they're targeting our residents, there's a de facto assumption that we have a basis for those are our residents. They're a group that we can assist. And I know that programs have been sued for bias in the past couple years since the Supreme Court decision about affirmative action, and but obviously assisting our own residents or voucher holders, there's a well-defined group there that we would be supporting.
Yes, ma'am. And when it came to Section 3 is a HUD program, and so that's a HUD requirement. So it's like the federal government would be suing itself. So just saying, not to say they wouldn't, but
well, we've seen citizens suing agencies in some other cities and states over targeting assistance to minority groups, and I wouldn't be surprised to see that happen. Texas being a pretty contentious political environment these days.
Yeah. So like I said, we do more outreach efforts, and we don't have any specific targets or any specific quotas we're trying to reach.
It's not race-based, it's status based on your status as a Section 3.
Excellent, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other comments or questions? Thank you, Muriel.
Yep.
Item number 10, update and discussion regarding development activities. Brandy Perez. You've already done this.
I believe we covered this in the top 5 priorities. So at this time, if y'all had the opportunity to review, I could take any of those questions, or we could table it for another discussion day.
I think we'll table it. Item 11, we're going to table, as the president had to step out of the room. So, Counselor, if you will, let's see.
I'd
hold
like
on.
for our chair to be back in here so that we can technically say that we have a board meeting, and then you know what I mean? So-
Okay, so that may be a little bit, so we'll take a break till he
Yeah.
returns.
Thank you.
Let's put us back. Thank you.
The time is 4:04 p.m. and the board has returned from recess.
Are we back?
So, right, we're gonna, item number 10, we're going to, we've already essentially discussed. Item number 11, I'll ask the commissioners to take a look at. You can read through it. There's a report associated with it, so maybe read that, so that way, in the interest of time. And Counselor, you can move us into closed session.
Yes, sir. The board will be convening in closed session to discuss personnel and consult with its attorney under sections 551.074 and 551.071 of the Texas Government Code regarding the compensation review for the president, CEO, and executive leadership team, and regarding the president, CEO's performance goals and appraisal for 2024 through 2025. The time is 4:05.
Right.
The time is 5:26 p.m. and the board has returned from closed session.
Thank you. We have no action from the closed session. I'll take a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Meeting adjourned. Sorry to keep everybody. So.